Testing, testing. its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. As a courtesy to others, please turn off your cell phones and mute yourself when you're not speaking this evening. Thank you very much. We will start our meeting with a moment of reflection. Thank you. Are there any adjustments to the agenda this evening? Okay, seeing none, I will move on to the announcements. And I know I just got a change to those, so I'm just grabbing those. Sorry, just coming off my printer here. The Durham County Nonprofit Agency Funding Program will begin accepting applications for the new COVID-focused nonprofit funding starting October 15th, 2020, this coming Thursday. The 18-month program will run from January 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022, and will seek funding proposals from nonprofits that address both COVID response and recovery issues, as well as plan for stronger, more equitable systems in the aftermath of COVID across 3 strategic areas: food security, child, youth, and family wellness, health and learning, and workforce development. A 4th area for housing repair and rehabilitation will be run through the city's Department of Community Development. The county will open the application process beginning Thursday, October 15th, with submissions due on Thursday, November 12th, 2020. Awards will be announced in early January. Recipients of funds will meet with county staff to finalize quarterly report template, including a list of activities, deliverables, and performance measures. The county will hold 2 information sessions about the new process via Zoom video conferencing on the following dates: Tuesday, October 20th from 7 to 8 p.m. and Thursday, October 22nd from 11 a.m. to noon. There is a link to the county budget webpage for more details. And if you have any questions about this process, including eligibility or application procedures, please contact Anna Hawksworth in the Durham County Budget Office at ahawksworth@dconc.gov. So we will also have this, of course, on our website and other information coming out of the county. The new 2020 census deadline is now October 31st. Time is running out, and we need everyone to be counted to ensure that Durham County receives our fair share of federal funds for the next 10 years for education, transportation, medical services, housing, and more. As you know, traditional census activities have been interrupted by the pandemic, but we must meet our goal and pick up the pace. We need every household in Durham to be counted. We need every baby and every adult, every youth, every senior to be counted. If you haven't done so, it only takes about 10 minutes to complete the census online. You can use your smartphone. You can call 844-333-3022, 2020 for English, 844-468-2020 for Spanish. You can go online to www.2020census.gov. And Deborah,
Yes.
our leader on the census, can you please give us an update on the latest data and where we are at and where we need to get to?
Well, we need to get to 82%. We are at 61.8%, and that's the self-reported rate. Certainly, census workers have been going door to door doing follow-up for people they haven't heard from. And so those numbers will tend to go up. But those are the people who have already called or gone online or filled out their paper forms. And so we want them to continue to do that. If you've not filled out census, if you've not called, if you've not gone online, please use the information and do that. We are trying to work through a process where we might be able to find a few folks to go and support early voting. So perhaps when people are in line waiting to vote, they haven't done their census, we may have some volunteers who will be there with iPads to help them. So we're trying to work that process out. I have also reached out to Bull City United. I'm going to be passing out some additional information with some of the businesses in some of those neighborhoods later this week. And our team has a meeting tomorrow at noon to talk about some more strategies. The city and the county have various mobile units that are going out in the community, and they're helping people as they go and supporting them as they come in and fill out the form online. So again, we are doing everything we can as city and county government to get the word out and to help people fill out the form.
Thank you, Deborah. And that would be great to have people at the polls. And I do want to note that the North Carolina rate is 63%, right? And
63.2, yes.
Okay, and then Orange County?
72.3, I believe.
And then Wake County is?
Very close to Orange County. I didn't pull theirs this afternoon.
Yeah.
I apologize.
So we need to catch up to our neighbors as well,
yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Certainly.
Yes. All right. Well, let's hope that we get there. It's so important for our community. Thank you, Deborah. Early voting begins on Thursday, October 15th. For a complete list of our early voting location, dates, and hours, please visit www.dcovotes.com, or you can call 919-560-0700. We have 14 early voting locations, more than we've ever had, for 17 days, 2,500 hours available for residents to vote early. And you can register to vote and vote all at the same time. On Election Day, November 3rd, you have to have already been registered to vote. The deadline has already passed for that. So if you haven't registered yet, please vote early. Health Equipment Loan Program HELP. Are you a Durham County resident in need of durable medical equipment? So Project Access will loan durable equipment like walkers, wheelchairs, crutches, etc. every Tuesday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Friday, 1 to 5 p.m. at 4206 North Roxborough Street, Suite 100. And you can find out more information again at our website. And there's also a phone number, 919-748-1022. Durham seeks feedback on the transit plan. We are doing an update to the Durham County Transit Plan, and we need to hear from you. There are online surveys that are open until November 20th in English and Spanish. You can go to the website www.engagedurham.com/Durham-County-Transit-Plan. The Coronavirus Economic Support for Families Extra Credit Support Program. The deadline for these funds is this Thursday, October 15th. Every family with children ages 16 or younger are eligible for, well, most families, I should say, are eligible for $335 in COVID-19 relief payments. If you file taxes in 2019, you will automatically receive this. But if you did not file state tax returns, then you must go ahead and file that yourself in order to get these funds. Please visit www.ncdor.gov/extra credit. And if you know anyone who you think may be eligible, please spread the word. North Carolina launches a fund to help small businesses adversely impacted by the pandemic. There is a new program called Retooling that is available to historically underutilized businesses, HUB and DBE, disadvantaged business enterprise firms that have been impacted by COVID. And additionally, the North Carolina Commerce has resources to support mortgage and utility and rent assistance as well through the MURR Mortgage Utility and Rent Relief Program. We will have, again, more information about this resource on our website and in our announcements. Eat NC delivers DPS school meals. If your DPS student is attending school at home and you are not able to pick up meals at one of the DPS sites, you can sign up for Eat NC to get weekly home delivered meals for your family. Go to www.eatnorthcarolina.org/DPS schools meals. This is being funded by Durham County government. We also want your input to the DCHC MPO 15501 corridor study. There is also a survey that is happening right now, or actually you can read the plan and give input. We will have information about how to read the survey in our information. The deadline for comments are this Wednesday, October 14th. Durham announces Halloween safety guidelines. Because of COVID-19, traditional activities like trick-or-treating, indoor events, and large gatherings are strongly discouraged and considered high risk. We have information about safety guidelines for everyone in the city and the county, and also a lot of great Durham Parks and Rec programs that you can sign up for your children to have a fun and safe Halloween. There's a COVID-friendly trunk or treat being hosted by Central Piedmont Community Action on October 23rd from 2 to 4 p.m., 1007 Broad Street. This is free, and you can find out more at 919-797-0888. And also, Community Action does provide free rental assistance and other assistance to the Durham community. Another in plan, NC Moves 2050, which is the state's transportation plan, also wants to hear from you. And we will have information about that plan and how to give input in our information. And lastly, there is the COVID-19 assistance for farmers markets, operators, and local food hubs. $750,000 that is available to vendors to help offset expenses with PPEs, hand washing stations, and COVID materials, education materials. Deadline to apply for that is Thursday, October 22nd. Information at www.ncarg.gov. Any other additional announcements for our community? No, that was a lot of announcements, but a lot of important information about resources for our community. So thank you, everyone, for bearing with that. Next, we have for consideration the minutes from our August 24th, 2020 meeting.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Reckow, seconded by Commissioner Carter. We will take a voice vote. Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Commissioner Howerton,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Reckow.
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so we are unanimously approved for those minutes. Okay, we have some important ceremonial items this evening. And the first is a proclamation for Durham Domestic and Care Workers Day of Recognition. And we have with us this evening Croxton, Chanelle Croxton, on behalf of the National Domestic Workers Alliance, the Durham chapter. And I don't know, you may have other, hello there, good to see you. And you may have others here with you tonight. I see Priscilla is with us. Hey, Priscilla, good to see you. And others who you would like to recognize as well. Darlene, are you here with us for this? And Steph Smith, Darlene Bacon.
I'm here.
Just want to make sure that I recognize everyone who's here for this proclamation. I will read it, and then we would love to hear from you all tonight about this important proclamation. Durham Domestic Workers Day of Recognition. Whereas domestic and care workers are the child care, direct care providers, and house cleaners who do the important work of making our homes safe environments and offer much needed care for ourselves and our loved ones. And whereas domestic and care workers are the backbone of our economy and make it possible for others to work. And whereas there's an increasing need to fill essential roles of caring for the projected 1 in 5 elderly individuals who will need in-home services in the future, and the hundreds of thousands of children needing care. And whereas domestic and care workers provide physical, medical, emotional, and spiritual support for the individuals they work with. And whereas historically these roles have been performed by women, Black people, and people of color, undocumented individuals, and other vulnerable populations, and have been invisibilized and devalued. And whereas there are 3 million domestic and care workers nationwide whose contributions go unnoticed, who do not receive fair wages or benefits, who labor in unsafe conditions, and are not covered by comprehensive labor protections. And whereas unpaid family caregivers who provide assistance to 70% of aging adults and provide 72% of home-based child care are not recognized for the invaluable support they provide. And whereas COVID-19 has had devastating impacts on workers in general, domestic and care workers who have worked throughout the pandemic, providing services to support our families and loved ones, and risk their own and families' health, and have finally been widely acknowledged as essential workers. And whereas there is a history of domestic and care workers creating and leading social justice movements, and domestic and care workers in the South, like Dorothy Bolden, have organized and demanded dignity and recognition and pushed for policy and social change to honor this vital workforce. And now, therefore, be it resolved, I, Wendy Jacobs, Chair of the Durham Board of County Commissioners, and on behalf of the Durham Board of County Commissioners, do hereby recognize Domestic Workers' Day of Recognition in Durham County this 12th day of October 2020. So, yay! So thank you so much for bringing this to us. We're so glad to have you all with us tonight. And before I turn this over to you, Cece, I just want to say that to me, this proclamation is so poignant in light of COVID. And we know from the data in Durham County, which our public health director will talk about later tonight, that there are 3 areas of our community where we have seen workers who are the most disproportionately impacted. And one of those are in our nursing care facilities, our providers in those facilities, and the majority of them are Black women. So this has been a huge burden to our providers who are taking care of the most vulnerable people, and at the same time putting themselves and their families at risk. So I just want to say thank you to all of our domestic workers for literally putting your lives on the line to take care of other people in our community. Thank you. And Cece, we'd love to hear from you and all, and please recognize everyone who is here with us tonight.
Thank you so much, Chair Jacobs. A big thank you to Commissioner Howardson, Raquel, Carter, and we're thankful for this honor, the fourth one that we've received since we first came forth with the proclamation in 2017. And so we love that we're continuing that tradition, and that Durham has always been at the forefront of recognizing this vital workforce. As you said, Chair Jacob, this year has really been a trying time for a lot of care workers, whereas many workers got to stay home in quarantine throughout this pandemic. Care workers have been front and center, haven't had a day off since March, since the pandemic began, and have really been doing the work to hold it all together to make sure our loved ones are cared for, that they have adequate care, and that they're doing it with the love and the passion that they bring to it each and every day. We love that, you know, again, we're celebrating this in Durham, and to honor that, we've also expanded out into other cities who are also taking the initiative to honor other care workers. So we've been joined by Raleigh, by Charlotte, by Fayetteville, and then finally Burlington as of today. And so again, love that this is happening statewide, and that we're getting the recognition that, you know, this workforce really deserves. One of the things that we do outside of organizing for improved conditions, improved standards, and protections for workers is doing the hard work of the recognition and the valuing of work. And it's been really important this year that care workers and domestic workers, household workers, have been labeled as essential. And we want to make that a universal. We don't want it just in a time of crisis, but to understand that, you know, this workforce really keeps our communities together. They allow folks to go outside of the home, to go out and do what they need to do because their loved ones are taken care of. And we're so happy that we're finally being seen as essential, and we want the benefits and the material conditions to match that as well. And moments like this, where we have proclamations, where we have things concretized in writing, where we have formal acknowledgement of that, really goes a long way in this work to raise the floor for care workers and domestic workers. So we want to say again, thank you. I want to introduce folks that we have with us. We have fellow staff members, Aaron and Steph. We have our members, Miss Darlene, Miss Priscilla, Andrew is here, all in the direct care workforce. And I wanted to give an opportunity to them to say a few words. So, Miss Priscilla, Miss Darlene, Andrew, do you want to say a few things?
Hi, CC. I'm just proud of us. As you said, this is our first year being recognized here in Durham, North Carolina. I had the blessing to be with one of those years. So I just want to thank them for recognizing the work that we do, and to let them know that we will continue our work on.
This might answer your question.
Hi, this is Darlene. This is awesome. This is really awesome. This gives me more fire and more motivation to get more of the care workers involved, and letting them know that here in Durham, we're recognized for the work that we do. And it's just wonderful to have that kind of support from you all, to say that you see us as essential to help your loved ones, to be there for your children, to be there for the ones that may be disabled, that friends of friends and neighbors and whatnot, and that you see us as a vital part of the community and a vital part as the workforce, to be able to take care of your loved ones. So like I am really honored and proud that, NPWA is being recognized and We Dream of Black, we are there for you guys and we wouldn't choose anything less than that, and we just need to, let the state know that we are worthy of the amount of money that we should get in order to maintain our own homes because of the work that we do for others and all. So thank you so very much for the opportunity. I'm so grateful. I'm thank you. Thank you.
Hi, mommy, darling.
Did anybody else want to speak? We wanted to recognize anyone else who wanted to at this time.
I'm sorry. I just want to say thank you. I remember back in 2018, it was my first time accepting the proclamation, and here we are now in 2020. And so this is amazing. And to know that in 2017, it was just Durham and Raleigh at the time, and we have expanded to 3 other cities. That is absolutely amazing. And I cannot wait. We're going to be all over North Carolina with recognizing domestic workers all over. Yes. So thank you for appreciating us, and just thank you for acknowledging us as well.
Thank you. Well, thank you all so much and for your leadership on this, not just here in Durham, but across the state.
Wendy,
Yes, Commissioner Carter.
I'd like to say something really quickly. First of all, when I was a new commissioner in 2017, this proclamation was among, I don't know, one of the first anyway, but we passed a lot of proclamations. This one stands out in my mind, and I think it's because you all are essential and filled with life and enriching people's lives. And I also wanted to add my appreciation to you all for the work that you do, the very, very important work that you do. And I want to congratulate you on building what seems like a union, and where you can begin to fight for fair wages even more than you are now. You might notice behind me, I brought this out for the occasion. When I attended a Fight for 15 rally once last year, I got one of these shirts, and I keep it front and center in my room, so it will remind me of the importance of paying at least $15 an hour for all of our workers. That is a really systemic way we can address economic inequality and equities in this country. And anyway, I thank you for helping me raise awareness about that for me and for all the work that you do.
Yes, and I just want to note that with the Fight for 15, something that is often forgotten is that it's the Fight for 15 and a union. And so we're all about the worker organizing and making sure that workers have really strong organizations to be able to fight for continued and improved standards. And so we love that shirt, love that you held on to that. And that's one of the things that we're all about.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Howerton.
Thank you. Hello, CC, and all of you that's here tonight. I am really pleased to see you, and I hate that we didn't get a chance to go to the movies this year. That was always so much fun. This is a proclamation is really, really great, and I'm so glad that we are able to do that. But I have a question for you. Domestic workers are something Black and brown people we have done forever, and being appreciated for it and compensated for it has not been the thing that has happened in this country. So my question for you is your safety, around your safety, what's happening around your safety and the people that are doing this kind of work? And the other one is, how are you being compensated? Can you share a little bit about at what levels are people being compensated?
Yeah, I can answer that. In terms of the safety for workers, it really varies by industry. One of the things that we as an organization have done in this time has been to step up to make sure that our workers are safe. We know that there's been a lot of inadequate PPE for folks, especially in facilities where there have been large outbreaks, where there have been hotbeds for the virus. And what we're hearing from workers in those environments is that they're not receiving enough PPE. And so what we've been doing is doing the work of gathering kits that include gloves, disposable masks, as well as gowns, as well as cleaning supplies, and being able to distribute that to care workers in the field, because we know there hasn't been enough to go around. And I think the state has been responding in various ways, but we're also making sure we're standing in the gap when those things fall short, or there aren't enough, or it's not readily available. Within childcare, we've been working to get funding so that folks are able to have those supplies as well, and that the rules and regulations are keeping up to make sure that people are safe. And so I think those things have definitely gotten better as the pandemic has progressed, and we're learning more and more, and we're making sure that we're staying on top of it. What I'll say around the compensation, especially in the midst of this pandemic, is that there hasn't been much variation in pay. So you would think that hazard pay would be on the list as a number one priority for workers. And what we've seen is that it's been pretty much the same across the board. In childcare, there was a lot of funding in the beginning to be able to provide bonus payment for childcare providers. In direct care, in the facilities, in home care, folks have been working at the same rate, which is typically around an average of around like $10 an hour, $9 an hour when we're talking about direct care. And that has not been something that has budged since the pandemic started, unfortunately. And so wages have always been the forefront of our fight. We're always fighting for living wages, and we know that as we organize in the workplace, as we organize workers, we're also organizing our landscapes, our political world, to make sure that those things are possible. We've been fighting for the increase of minimum wage since 2016, and we're hoping that with the organizing that we're doing in the electoral arena in 2020, that we actually have a political environment that is receptive and that is fighting alongside workers to be able to make it possible. And so that's sort of what's happening right now.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. Because, if you're considered essential workers, how are you essential if you're not being compensated at a fair rate? That language doesn't seem to fit. But thank you for the work you're doing, and we've got to push it. So thanks.
Thank you all so much, and I do want to recognize also that CC is a member of, also serves as a member of the Durham Recovery and Renewal Task Force, and it's really great to have her represented, to have you on that task force, CC, especially representing the needs of our essential workers and being able to speak to that and represent that. So we're really grateful for you participating in that way as well. So thank you all so much, and we look forward to more celebrations next year of the progress and the success that you all made, and we wish you all good health and wellness and safety to you and your families. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, next we have another important item, which is recognizing Durham County government's IT department. And Greg Marrow, do we have you with us here? So Greg,
Yes.
another feather in the cap for Durham County IT. who has been recognized as a top digital county for its population category by the Center of Digital Government and the National Association of Counties. And this is not the first time that you and your staff and your department has been recognized, Greg. So we congratulate you and applaud you.
Thank you.
And would love to hear you talk about this specific award and even some of the other awards that you have been recognized with in the past.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair Jacobs. Good evening, commissioners, county managers, and all. First, I want to thank the Center of Digital Government and NACO for recognizing Durham County government again this year, 2020, as one of the top 10 digital counties in the nation. The two counties in front of us this year in our population category were Chesterfield County, number 1, and Dutchess County, New York, number 2. We didn't think that we would make the list this year because we were, I would say, particularly for the last 7 months and during the time we had to submit, we were heads down dealing with a ransomware attack. But lo and behold, here we are. So this is a very special award this year, given all of the challenges we have experienced over the last 12 months, particularly, as I mentioned, over the last 6 months, so having to deal with both a ransomware attack and a deadly pandemic at the same time. So I think the clear lesson this year is that planning pays off, and often in unexpected ways. This year has been a clear indication of how we're leveraging our technology investments to support both county employees and citizen services during these extraordinary times. So it's a huge honor for me to accept this award on behalf of everyone at Durham County government, from the employees that are with us tonight virtually to those who are absent. And these awards are made possible by the great contributions that our IT team, our IT employees, and all departments here in the county make day in and day out in stepping up to meet the needs of our resident citizens. So my thank you and appreciation goes out to all of the employees in IS&T and all county employees who are helping Durham County be recognized as one of the top 10 digital counties in the nation. And lastly, my appreciation and thank you to all of the board and the county manager for the recognition this evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words and to recognize all of the employees who have contributed to this award. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Greg. And on behalf of our board, I don't know if there's anyone else who's here with us tonight. I don't want to leave them out if they are here. But if they are watching virtually, we do want to congratulate everybody for again your again what's incredibly high performance even during, like you said, a time of malware. So just congratulations and thank you for everybody's excellent work. And you are right in the right place for the next item, which is our proclamation for October as Cybersecurity Awareness Month. And I'm sure you're going to have a lot to say, words of wisdom for us about this item. And I'm going to ask Commissioner Carter if you would give us the honor of please reading this proclamation.
It would be better if I unmute first, wouldn't it? It would be my honor to read it.
Thank you.
Durham Board of County Commissioners, Proclamation, National Cyber Security Awareness Month 2020. Whereas the information service and technology recognizes that it has a vital role in identifying, protecting its citizens from, and responding to cybersecurity threats that may have significant impact to our individual and collective safety and privacy. And whereas critical infrastructure is increasingly reliant on information systems and technology to support financial services, energy, telecommunications, transportation, utilities, healthcare, and emergency response systems, And whereas cybersecurity education and awareness are crucial for everyone, including large corporations, small businesses, financial institutions, schools, government agencies, the home user, and anyone who connects to the internet. And whereas monitoring your account, being conscientious of what you share online, keeping computer software up to date, creating unique passwords and changing them regularly, installing antivirus programs and firewalls, and using mobile devices safely are ways you can protect yourself from phishing, viruses, malware, financial loss, and loss of sensitive data. And whereas Greg Marrow, IS&T Director, and his staff are dedicated to providing every individual and public and private organization in Durham County the resources necessary to ensure the understanding, implementation, and success of National Cybersecurity Awareness Month to help the citizens of Durham County stay safe online and connect with confidence. And whereas the Stop, Think, Connect campaign serves as the National Cybersecurity Public Awareness Campaign implemented through a coalition of private companies, nonprofit, government organizations, and academic institutions working together to increase the public understanding of cyber threat and empowering Americans to be safer and more secure online. And whereas the National Institute of Standards and Technology Cybersecurity Workforce Framework is a free resource to help organizations, both large and small, public and private, improve their cybersecurity practices through a practical approach to addressing the ever-evolving cybersecurity threats and challenges. And whereas maintaining the security of cyberspace is a shared responsibility in which each of us has a critical role to play, an awareness of computer security essentials will improve the security of information service and technologies, information, infrastructure, and economy. And whereas the Information Security Program was established in July 2017 to enhance and protect the information service and technologies cybersecurity ecosystem. And whereas the federal government of the United States of America, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center, the National Association of State Chief Information Officers, and the National Cybersecurity Alliance all recognize October as National Cybersecurity Awareness Month. And all citizens are encouraged to visit these websites and the Stop, Think, Connect campaign website to learn about cybersecurity, to put that knowledge into practice in their homes, schools, workplaces, and businesses. Now, therefore, I, Wendy Jacobs, Chair of the Durham Board of County Commissioners, and on behalf of the Durham Board of County Commissioners, do hereby proclaim October 2020 as National Cybersecurity Awareness Month in Durham County. We urge all residents to celebrate the vital role that technology plays in our community and how critically important it is to maintain cutting-edge systems and infrastructure to protect against cyber threats at all levels. This, the 12th day of October 2020.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Carter. And Greg, I will turn it over to you for comments.
So again, I will just say thank you, Commissioner Carter, for reading through that. I think that covered everything that we're trying to cover during this month of October. Cybersecurity Awareness Month was launched by the National Cybersecurity Alliance and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security in October of 2004. So we are in our 17th year, and it really is a campaign targeting citizens and residents to stop, think before you connect online. Really want our citizens to be protected while they're online, and we know that there are bad actors out there who are targeting us every day. So this proclamation is about trying to keep us safe while we are carrying out our business online. So thank you again for reading through all of that. And again, October being Cybersecurity Awareness Month, we want everyone to stop, think before they connect, and to remember that this is a shared, when it comes to cybersecurity, this is a shared responsibility. No one person can protect us. We all must take steps to protect ourselves. So thank you again.
Thank you, Greg. And that last line made me think that's just like COVID. No one person can protect us.
That's exactly
We all
right.
do our part.
Yes.
And protect ourselves and each other. So, Greg, I think that this year celebrating cybersecurity, Cybersecurity Awareness Month has never had the same meaning
That's right.
that it has today on the back of our malware attack. And also, I think with so many of us now being so dependent on technology, we're also dependent now on our devices for doing work, for getting information, for communicating, for healthcare, for looking for jobs, for education. So we're probably more at risk than ever before based on everyone spending so much time online. So I wonder, could you share with us just some of the few things that you have implemented, you and your staff, since the malware attack, just to let the public know that there have been a lot of changes that you have all implemented.
Yes.
If you could, and some of the things that we still need people to be patient with us about.
Absolutely. So we'll share a couple of things. When it comes to this topic, typically don't want to share everything because always the bad actors may very well be listening. So, but I will tell you one thing that we have moved to, and that's something called two-factor authentication. That is, when you're signing into an application online, we now require more than just a password. I believe all of you now have multi-factor authentication where you have to authenticate via your mobile device. And believe it or not, that has cut out a lot of spam that we have gotten, and a lot of we still get a lot, but it has certainly reduced just by implementing multi-factor authentication. And I think the other important thing to note, Commissioner Chair Jacobs, that we're now, I think it's fair to say we're now, more eyes on glass. In other words, we're really tracking and keeping track of what's going on, both on the endpoint, the endpoints being the laptop, and both looking at infrastructure, equipment, monitoring what's going on in that environment, that we get alerted when things look like getting ready to go down. So we have certainly put a lot more, done a lot more hardening and put a lot more cybersecurity practice in place. I think the other big one is that we're putting more time in awareness training as well, making sure our employees know when to recognize a phishing attack, or what those emails look like, what to look for, and how to alert us when they see something.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Yep.
Okay. Well, thank you again, and congratulations as well to everybody on your team.
Thank you.
So we will now move on to our consent agenda items. And let's see. I know we have one comment related to one item. I have a question on a new item that was on here. I just want to see if, first of all, other commissioners have items that they have just a quick question about, anything on any of the items. Okay. Yes, Howerton.
I have a couple questions about, for clarification on 539-0539.
Sure, go ahead.
Maybe we need to pull it, because I'll need staff to answer a couple of questions for me.
So you want to pull it towards the end of the meeting?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So we can put that at the end of our agenda, that's fine. And it's questions that staff can't just answer quickly.
It depends on if how fast they want to answer them, Madam Chair. It's from MWBE to the report that we're supposed to get on the 10th to, so there's several questions. They can answer them now if you want to stop, or they can answer them at the end of the process, whichever you prefer.
Well, why don't we do it now instead of making staff and other people wait? So why don't we go ahead?
Well, that's fine with me. Let's start with the report. I understand. Now, this is for the public, so that they know where these questions are on. This is regarding the. Let me get back to the item. This is regarding the ambassadors. Can't find it here. Got my notes, and so I had asked at our last meeting about the NWBE that we always include on all contracts, and Jody had weighed in on that conversation and was going to get me some information back. So if she could answer that question, why that's not a part of this process. That would be the first question.
Item on our agenda is approving the interlocal agreement between the city and the county.
I understand that.
Okay. Okay, Jody, are you with us here tonight?
I am. Good evening, Chair Jacobs, members of the board. Commissioner Howerton, on Friday, I provided to the board the additional information requested regarding hiring and any contractual practices that the city and UNC would be using for the Community Health Ambassador Program. The reason that there is not any NWBE information related to this agenda item is, as Chair Jacobs stated, it's an interlocal agreement between the city and the county for the program of services for the county to pay for half of them, which was approved at our August meeting. So the information provided to the board indicate their hiring practices. And as of right now, it doesn't appear there'll be any additional contractual services that will be required based on the report that was provided to the board.
Okay. So you mentioned I looked in my messages and I did not have anything from you, Jody, just before the meeting started. So if I did not receive anything. So the other question was, so if you're going to use nonprofits, going through the information, how will you identify which nonprofits you're going to use? And the other question is the internships. Who will hire the interns? Will they be hired through UNC? Will they be hired through NCCU? Those things are not clear. Can you clarify that?
Yes, and I will resend that email to you in just a moment. But the information that was provided from the Renewal Recovery Task Force and UNC on this item, Commissioner Howerton, indicates that UNC is going to partner with several trusted agencies to ensure that they're hiring many people from the populations most affected by COVID-19 in Durham. Specifically, they mentioned in their report and information they provided the partnership they have with El Centro and hiring the ambassadors and also providing training space. El Centro will be providing that as part of the startup for this work as well. It appears that the hiring process will go through UNC because they are the contractor that's used. I know that they're doing a lot of outreach for not only the ambassadors, but and interns as well. I don't know specifically where they're doing outreach for the interns. This item is also on the agenda for tomorrow's City Council, County joint meeting, and that question can be answered there for more specific information. But the information I just provided to you this evening was what was provided to us as a follow-up to your question.
It would just be good for the community to know if they want to apply for one of these positions, how do they apply? What's the contact avenue? There's no direction for the community to say, this is something that I want to participate in. How do they do that?
Right. So my understanding is that still a work in process. And so hopefully during tomorrow's meeting, more details can be provided about how exactly the outreach is going to happen and where people can find the information for the hiring. And once again, I will forward that to you again, just to make sure you have that information available to you.
And the one other question around the reports, there was, we were supposed to be provided a report on the 10th. So tomorrow we'll get that report that was supposed to be provided on the 10th, or will it be delayed?
I'm not clear what report you're referring to. The information that I just shared with you is a report that was provided and that was sent on the 10th. So that might be the same thing. So I'm going to resend it to you again, and hopefully this time you'll receive it.
Yeah, because I've refreshed my my emails and I did not receive a report.
Yeah, we got.
So it would be helpful if I could get that.
I just forwarded to you again, Commissioner Howerton. It was sent out on Friday afternoon. There's a report attached to it, as well as the PowerPoint presentation that they've developed regarding training for the ambassadors, and also a copy of the checklist that'll be used, the draft checklist that they're developing as part of the program. So I apologize that you did not receive it on Friday, but I just resent it to you again.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We also have a comment on this item. Monica, would you please read the comment we received related to this item?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, commissioners and staff. I did receive a comment from Dr. Angelo Birch Sr. The comment reads, I have a question with interlocal agreement with City of Durham for back on the Bull Community Health Ambassador Program and budget amendment item 21BCC 000044, transferring $318,244 across functional areas to fund the ILA. Notwithstanding the blatant racism exercised by the county board on people of the African American community, why are we spending Durham taxpayers' money to partner with UNC rather than NCCU, a historical Black university and located in Durham? I have watched from the side on so many issues as the county commissioners are told by city council and local government has taken this pandemic as an exercise in foolishness to not speak to the community it is supposed to serve. I am disappointed in this action as this clandestine activity keeps negating the Black community and you seem to feel you can do it without consequence. Please pull this item until there can be community input.
Well, thank you for that comment for Dr. Birch. And just to give the context, this item came out of the actual roundtables, came from Vulnerable Communities and Refugee Roundtable, and also the Immigrant Roundtable. It actually came from community members themselves in response to what people have been experiencing related to COVID. And this, again, this program is going to directly serve the Latinx community, which has been the most disparately impacted community in Durham, and also the Black community in Durham. And the reason that UNC Public Health is helping with it is because they have a public health school, and they have offered to help support Durham County's health department because frankly, they are stretched very thin, and this is a way to help support Rod Jenkins and his team, and he has expressed support personally for the program. It was all run by him and is being done in partnership with him. But really appreciate the comment. And I think we will talk more about some of the issues that you have, Commissioner Howerton, tomorrow. This is just an interlocal agreement. A lot of times when the city and the county jointly fund, one of us has to be the one who signs the contract and holds the funds. And sometimes the county does it, sometimes the city does it. And the city is agreeing to basically be the one to help monitor this contract this time. We often just take turns doing that. Okay, so any other comments on any other items or questions? I just have one quick question. This was not on our agenda for the work session and was added. And that is the first item, which is trying to find the one, but it's about the screeners 20-046A, which is to increase the contract for screening $52,578. And I'm just wondering what the source of funding is going to be for this contract. If you could let us know. I'm not looking at it, so I don't know who the contact person is for this item.
It's Claudia.
Claudia.
I'm one of the people up there, but we're going to realign existing dollars through lap salaries to cover that expense.
Okay. So can you explain if it's when we realign existing dollars for lap salaries, does that have to come to the board at all, or is just something that is done internally? How does that?
Yeah, sure. No, that does not have to come to the board. Because we're doing it within a departmental budget within a functional area. And we try to limit the realignment of lapsed dollars because that's how we grow our reserves. Also, this year, as you know, we froze positions. Pretty much everything is frozen except those that are extremely essential. And part of that strategy was that we knew we would have unexpected expenses related to COVID. And we also knew that there were some unknowns with the revenue picture. And as we get more information in January, we'll know better, but through the combination of the use of lap salaries in that way, we manage the overall operation.
So is it lap salaries from a specific department, or is there just like a pool? How does that work?
Well, that's a great question. Typically, it is from a department, a particular department. And so for this particular one, we would get the dollars from a couple of different departments that would have it. So for instance, a lot of these dollars are for the Health and Human Services area. And so they, for instance, would have a larger percentage of lapsed dollars that could help offset this. But again, we use those approaches rarely for this because we were trying to move forward quickly. This was the approach. So whether we were to appropriate fund balance or to use dollars from the COVID reserve, those would have been other options. But for this one, because it was aligned with personnel, and typically we would have had personnel to cover it, it was an approach.
I think it would be helpful moving forward to then include in the agenda action form what the funding source is going to be.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. And usually we do we had so many opportunities to respond to things that it slipped through, and so we apologize. We include that. Yeah. Okay. Because oftentimes we'll say it's through the operating budget that we're able to fund it. So whether it's a realignment of existing dollars or lap salaries, when you look at, we're in the first quarter, there are enough dollars within the overall budget to find the dollars for this, for contract.
Okay. I think it would be helpful for us to understand exactly what the pot of money really is related to lap salaries. Because it seems that that's also a source for some of the other expenses related to the overtime and hazard pay. I don't know if that's part of it too, but
Yes.
So to
Yeah,
know
and
what,
sure.
yeah,
Yes, and you're exactly right. And one of the tasks that we were supposed to provide to the board was an overview of sort of where we are financially. And we do have some of those highlights, but some of the details we will have to give to the board a little bit later. But the combination of lapsed dollars was the strategy developed back in April as it related to how we would address some of the overtime issues as well as anything related to hazard pay. And that's consistent with any fiscal year. When we have overtime in a department, we sort of watch that throughout the year. In some of our public safety areas, that's where it's something that we watch more carefully. And so as to not go into a whole lot of details now, but we can follow up with more information. Have a more.
I have some more questions out, but I'll wait because we're going to talk about it at the end of our agenda anyway. Okay. All right. So I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Recco, seconded by Commissioner Carter, and starting with a voice vote with Commissioner Hill.
Yes.
Commissioner Recco.
Yes.
Commissioner Howerton.
Yes.
Commissioner Carter.
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so it's unanimously approved. One item I forgot to mention, the donation to Bull City United that is on our agenda. I did find out from Rod Jenkins that that donation was actually made by Watt Street Baptist Church. So that wasn't in the agenda action form, but I think it's important that we all know that Watt Street Baptist Church donated that funding to Bull City United. We thank them. And I guess I would just want to make sure that they are going to be thanked in some way officially for the donation. So Joanne, could you let us know how that is going? Could you just tell us now, is a letter going to be written, or is there just going to be some way of recognizing them for this donation?
Good evening, Chair Jacobs. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, thank you.
Board. Yes, communication through a letter. I'll double check with Public Health. I believe Director Jenkins is on the call to ensure that it has already gone out, but that is definitely customary of what we would do.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Okay, so next we have a report from Rod Jenkins, our Public Health Director, giving us an update on the COVID-19 pandemic and our fight and our response. Thank you for being with us, Rod.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. And as always, we thank you so much for your support as we continue to fight and continue to protect the health and well-being of citizens of Durham County. We make sure we want, apologize, I almost had a little intruder. We always want to ensure that we give you the most accurate and up-to-date information, and we always encourage our residents to head to our data hub, where we have the most accurate and up-to-date information always posted and always available for our residents and our citizens. I also intend to provide some follow-ups, like I always try to do every 2 weeks, to some of your questions that you had previous. At present, I think I'll just start off by saying that to Durham County that we are truly in a fragile moment at best to really describe where we are. Um, I would describe it as fragile in that we're just kind of at that point where we're doing well. However, we have begun to see slight increases in our cases. Durham County is no different than anywhere else in the state of North Carolina. And it is at these times where we have to be most vigilant. It is no secret that whenever we have a change in the orders from the governor, we tend to see a slight uptick in numbers. Please know that we are carefully monitoring the numbers just to ensure that there's nothing out of the ordinary. But through this entire pandemic, we have seen some upticks whenever there's a change in order. I don't know if you attribute that to sense of freedom, people kind of feeling a little bit more at liberty to move around. But nevertheless, we're carefully monitoring. As far as the data, we currently have 403 active cases, 7,815 inactive or discharged cases. We remain at 98 deaths, and as always, our thoughts and prayers are with our residents who have lost loved ones through COVID-19. That brings our total to 8,320 total cases of COVID since the pandemic began. Between Durham County and CCNC, CCTO apparatus, we have made 15,352 total contact tracing, which continues to go extremely well. Continue to enhance our workforce through petitioning the state for more personnel, and glad to report that we have approximately 7 more case investigators that are heading our way effective Monday at noon. So we continue to be as greedy as we can when it comes to Durham County, because I certainly want Durham County to be safeguarded. As mentioned, there have been slight upticks inside our numbers. Our 7-day moving average has increased to where it is now at 34, which is slightly higher than it was last week, which it was 32, and 2 weeks ago it was 30. So again, North Carolina's trajectory of lab confirmed cases is increasing, while Durham's is slightly increasing. In terms of race, ethnicity, and work, as Commissioner Chair Jacobs was explaining to CC and others, we continue to see overrepresentation with our Hispanic and Latinx population. They remain at 46.78%. Black or African American are proportionally represented at 30.41%, and our white population continues to be underrepresented at 16.37%. As far as the work, race, and ethnicity, again, we do continue to see nursing care facilities, which represents 54, close to 55% of all our cases, where African Americans and Blacks are well represented at 72.72% being female. Construction work and unemployment continue to be dominated by our Hispanic or Latinx population, with construction representing 91.66% of our cases and predominantly being male. As far as unemployed, 66.7% of our cases are associated with the Hispanic population of Durham, 77% being female. In terms of the positive labs that are reported into Durham, last week it was 44.6%, which is up about a percentage point. The prior week it was 3.7%. However, Duke's model over the past week does have North Carolina's infections growing at 5.9%, where Durham's infections per Duke's model continues to be relatively low, sub 3%. They have it at 2.9. So I would say our trajectory of positive tests as percentage of total tests is level, whereas Durham's for North Carolina is level, whereas Durham's trajectory of positive test percentage totals slightly increasing. Most importantly, at this particular juncture, we continue to keep a close eye on COVID-19 as it relates to daycare and school-age children. And I'm proud to report that we've made significant gains in that respect. So far in the month of October, individuals under the age of 18 are represented 11.45%. For the month of September, it was at 14.35%. We certainly want it to be lower, but we're glad that that's headed in the right direction. Madam Chair, I believe the last time you did ask specific questions as it related to the support services funds that we were able to receive in Durham as it relates to the work of Duke's Population Health Division led by Fred Johnson and Michelle Lynn. I do have a report, and to that regard, just as a refresher, early on in the pandemic, we struggled mightily when it came to providing resources for those individuals who needed to isolate and quarantine and did not have the ability to have paid time off, sick leave, or simply just had to work. These resources that had come to the state through CARES Act funding have allowed individuals to be able to receive wraparound services in the form of transportation, rental assistance, some type of payment, food assistance, medication delivery, or simply COVID-19 supply. Duke's Population Health Division is spread out between Durham, between Granville counties, and also between Vance County. As of today, the information I received indicates that within Durham, the number of people who have been served through payments, which includes a one-time $400 payment, is 32. Food assistance, 160 Durhamites receive assistance for food, and many receive COVID-19 supplies in the form of 137 individuals receiving that. As far as the number of services that are currently in process, we are now seeing where rental assistance or some type of payment is really gaining ground. 72 individuals have those services in process. 4 individuals have food assistance, 3 transportation, 5 medication delivery, and also 5 have individuals with COVID-19 supply. As a reminder, these are individuals or families that have attested that they have a need for these services and have to isolate and quarantine and have no other means to receive the support. Services are up to 14 days and can be renewed with the exception of the relief payment, which is up to $400. That's a one-time deal. And again, the relief payment is a one-time support. And we're certainly happy that a lot of our Durhamites are taking advantage. And this is attributed to the fact that Durham was the first county to be up and running. Whereas I do believe that the other counties that were awarded this opportunity are just now getting off the ground. I'd also like to conclude by thanking you all for the continued attention that you have to our staff through the monetary donation of the 10% hazard pay. It is no secret that the struggle, as they say sometimes, is certainly real in terms of having individuals to want to do this work. There have been a lot of individuals at the health department who have decided to go on to greener pastures, if you will. We've had 3 individuals who have decided that retirement is definitely looking good right now, and they've decided to retire. And we've had 13 individuals who have decided that COVID is not for them, and be it childcare issues, be it just a desire to not have to continue to grind and to continue to case investigate, surveil, and contact trace, they have decided to do other things. But as I said, this 10% that we are so grateful for has assisted us in maintaining a pretty strong workforce and also assisted us in attracting talent to the health department to continue to help us to do the right thing for our residents. This time, I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
thank you, Rod, for your report, and I really appreciate that you are providing the information about who's benefiting from the COVID support program. That's just such an important resource for even people like that we, heard from this evening who were there for with us for the Domestic Workers Alliance. A lot of those workers don't have, paid sick leave. So I'm glad that the word's starting to get out. What is the best contact information or phone number, or how do we let people know about this program, who they contact? What's the best way for that?
I do regret that I don't have a definite telephone number, but they can contact the health department, that is for sure. They can contact Duke's Population Health, and I have been assured that just about every provider now knows about these services and can refer individuals who may have a need for assistance to Duke's Population Health through a self-referral or provider referral to get them the service that they need. But more than happy to have them call the health department, and we'd be more than happy to get them to service.
Okay. So would that be like the hotline number, the
Absolutely.
Hotline phone number? Okay. Do you know that number offhand?
I should know it by heart, but I apologize.
Let me read it. That's why I didn't want to. I can read it. I have my little trusty thing here.
Yes, you do.
This is my cheat sheet here, but so that number is 919-635-8150. So thank you. Any other questions for Rod? Commissioner Reckow? Commissioner Reckow, you're muted.
Okay, start over. Thank you, Rod, for the report. You did wave a caution flag, so I just want to bore in a little bit. You related that we sometimes see uptick when we have a loosening of the regulations. Are you seeing anything specific related to things that have opened up in the last few weeks? For instance, gyms were allowed to open, bars outside, etc. Is any of the cases being related back to some of these things that have been allowed to open in the past month?
Actually, Commissioner Reckow, thank you for your question. No, ma'am, I'm not. We do have a couple of nursing care facilities that are having some challenges, and we're right there with them to assist them. And oftentimes what happens, commissioners, is that when there's outbreaks, it normally takes a little while, anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks, for it to really kind of level off. So we've been seeing some of that. We have seen some increases across the spectrum, but it's not really attributed to one, fitness center or one particular industry. When I first notated it, it was actually the county manager who kind of brought it to my attention, and I immediately went to the state epidemiologist, and Dr. Zach Moore did say that it wasn't really attributed to a particular sector. It was just kind of across the board. We did see at first the northeast section of the state that had some trouble with surge cases, and also the Sandhills regions, which are the counties that are closest in borderline South Carolina. But again, it has now, be it changing weather, be it loosening of restrictions, we're starting to see it across the spectrum. So we just want to continue to promote the 3 W's. Definitely want folks to get their flu shots. It's available. It's out there. We have flu vaccine. And we want them to really, really not fall victim to COVID fatigue. Everyone's tired of it, to include yours truly. But until a vaccine is here, we have to provide vigilance in order to stay well.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I guess, Rod, related to that too, I think you've also mentioned just people were expecting with the winter change in seasons that there's seeing some transition in the actual virus. And I think also people spending more time indoors, possibly there's concerns about that.
Indeed. They did say, like, recent reports have indicated that the cold weather does allow the virus, I guess the vapor and the droplets to spread a little bit more readily. And then, of course, as you mentioned, this is the time when people just kind of like really get real cozy indoors. And that presents some troubles as well. So again, for Halloween, for Thanksgiving, and all the guidance that's come out through the CDC, it's still encouraging everyone to really, really stay vigilant. Somebody who's not in your immediate household, continue to wear your mask, continue to be distant from those individuals. Most importantly, I can't stress enough, please get your flu shot. Please.
Yeah. Okay, let me ask our board, how many people have gotten their flu shot? Just to put everyone on the spot. Okay, Commissioner Carter. Oh, you did it too? Commissioner Hill?
Yep, I've gotten mine.
Yes? You did?
That's a yes.
Okay, 100% participation.
I am extremely proud of my board.
Okay, we've done it.
It took about 10 minutes at my local Walgreens. Very easy.
I heard that the popular place to get it now this year is Harris Teeter.
Wow. And I know, Rod, you said you got it at yours at CVS, right?
I did.
Yeah, I did mine at Duke, but 5 minutes too. Where did you go, Commissioner Carter? To get your shot.
Sorry, I'm having trouble unmuting. I went to Triangle Family Practice.
Okay, Commissioner Howerton?
Walgreens.
Walgreens, all right. Commissioner Hill?
I got mine at Duke.
Okay, so lots of places to go. Lincoln Community Health Center is giving out tons of shots.
I am loving this public service announcement. This is awesome.
And what was amazing is I got the high test shot because I'm a senior, and I was afraid that my arm would be hurting extra, and it actually was one of the best experiences. I had very little pain. So
awesome. Okay, fantastic. All right, well, thank you so much as usual, Rod. And I'm looking forward to I hope you're going to be doing a special Halloween one with your son. Or, I'm looking forward to that.
I don't know. We have to talk to his mom about that.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye. Okay. So the other item on our agenda is board discussion about FEMA guidelines and COVID-19 expenses and reimbursements. There have been a lot of information that has been shared with staff with us over the past number of days. And I know that a number of board members asked that we have an opportunity for some just discussion together as a board. There's limits to email communication benefits for that. And also that the feeling that this is time sensitive since the February 15th FEMA guidelines are evidently some changes that everybody should be aware of. And I think there's just kind of a lot of questions. So I will just stop there and open up the opportunity for board members to be able to ask questions directly of the manager and Claudia and Kathy Everett Perry, any other staff who's with us tonight.
Well, I can kick it off.
Commissioner Recco.
So Claudia and Susan, thank you for responses to the questions I've asked over the past few days. I've certainly tried to learn something about FEMA guidelines. I'm not sure I would say that I know enough to even ask necessarily intelligent questions, but I will try. It appears based on the guidelines that the overtime pay seems more straightforward, and there we've accumulated, I guess, about $165,000 worth of costs. And but they always talk about eligible and essential employees, and I really like to bore in on that, because when you look at the numbers, in the spring we had about 1,700 some employees that filed for some hours. I mean, some people were very, very few, and some people were virtually all their hours. And now in 2020, since July 1, we are now up over 1,800 employees filing for hazard pay. And when I look at the type of employees that it seems like it's geared towards, I don't necessarily feel that we've got great justification for some of our categories. The ones that aren't your typical essential workers that you would think of for a pandemic, like public health that Rod just mentioned, people, in the trenches providing health services, doing the contact tracing, our EMTs, our emergency services folks, our detention officers, particularly after COVID struck the jail, definitely. But then you move to other parts of county government, like our library, for example, which isn't even open, or others. And that's where I feel like we're skating on thinner ice. But I just feel like I want to ask the question. And then I found a survey that was done months ago, I guess in May, local governments around the country, and it seemed like not that many, and most of them were limiting their hazard pay to what they consider to be essential workers, the ones that were doing it. So those are some of my questions.
I will start off, and I'll have Susan Tizai to jump in, and Jody or others. And I did put a slide up. This was a quick turnaround, so it's not one of my fancy slides, but I did want to point to the policy, because like you, Commissioner Rakow, that it can be quite a bit trying to sort through the nuances of FEMA. And so for those of you who know me, I often will spew out an answer, but for this, I often will follow up and say, hey, let me check with the compliance officer, because they are always making sure that whatever we do is aligned with what's allowed. But to your point, many jurisdictions have chosen different paths in how they are applying it. When you look at essential workers, there are, of course, those who are frontline, but then that's the scenario too of, and I know we may have mentioned this before, for instance, finance is a great example. They have been considered those administrative operations that support an organization so that the business of the organization can happen. So if the finance people or the HR people aren't in to process paperwork or certain types of activities, then that means that certain expenses aren't paid or covered, et cetera. And so it will vary by organization. I think ours was somewhat compounded early on, and still is for some areas because we were coming on the heels of recovering from a cyber attack. So some folks, they could easily transition just to remote, whereas we were in a phase of doing some rebounding and transferring to a remote process. So that meant more people had to physically be in the space. And we're transitioning as fast as possible with that. There is a slide, Monica, if you don't mind showing, I'll just quickly show the language where it's located in FEMA's sort of guidelines. It's a section in the labor section. And you turn to that second page. And I will not go very far on this until I sort of have Susan or others. And this was sent out, but it's been, I know, lots of emails back and forth. But it did talk about in this, that FEMA determines the eligibility of overtime, premium pay, compensatory time cost based on the applicant's pre-disaster written labor policy, provided the policy doesn't include a contingency clause, is applied uniformly, and has set non-discretionary criteria. So for us, prior to this event, we had a hazardous pay policy. And so that's how we were able to move forward with the hazardous pay policy. When COVID-19 was something that was determined a disaster, it allowed us to use this, but we also refined our policy. So if we go to the next slide, you'll see how we, under the umbrella of our policy, but we just sort of we refined it more with lots of specificity as to who is eligible and who is not. And I won't go through all of the details, but it talks about employees that provide direct emergency services that are crucial to ensuring health and well-being and safety of residents and county employees, and or employees who provide services. And let me hide my screen if I can get it. I can't see that other little part that support those areas. And so it talks about also the differential pay is only when employee is required to be on site. And it also gives some other details about the policy as far as the director has to approve it, as well as the general manager. And if an employee can perform that work at home and they opt to come in, they do not qualify for the differential. So I know our strategy has always been to try to keep people away when possible. But there are instances that they do have to come in if it's a priority or something that's mandated, or they're supporting those essential areas. And if you go to that next slide. And so this is more details than you probably want to see. And it's probably hard to see. What we did, we took our regular time record, and then we put into different categories to track COVID. It's still at a summary level, but it does track the COVID differential. And this is where I will ask Susan to jump in, because there are many nuances, and we won't spend but a minute on it. But Susan, if you can step in and talk about the various categories.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so you'll see that there's 5 different categories of codes that are used for COVID. The CVAM is for the differential for administrative support. Every department that you see on the list that has got staff getting 10%, it's a combination of frontline workers and support staff. The CVDF is for the 10% differential for frontline workers. The next category is the code for non-exempt employees when they're working COVID during their regular hours. The CVDE is exempt employees. So, for instance, if Rod is working on COVID during the day, during his normal working hours, he would code that there so that we can track it. And the final code is the COVID EX, and that's for exempt extra hours. So say Rod worked his normal day, and then he had to come back and he had to work another 4 hours that night. We wanted to track that even though we're not paying that out. So that's the categories that you see on the timesheet. For finance staff, I can speak to finance. I can't speak to the other departments and their support staff, but we are considered essential because we do have to continue with the record keeping. It has to be timely. We also file the CARES Act reports. We also will be filing the FEMA. We also are putting the records together to make sure that we have the controls in place to where we don't double dip for FEMA when we start filing for FEMA. We started that last week. So when people can work from home, they do work from home. So with the business operations, we're not there, especially with payroll. We're still coming out of the cyber attack with payroll code. And AP can't run checks from home. They can process what they can from home, but they still have to come in and get the work. And some things have to be processed on site, not off site. So I can just speak finance as it relates to that. Do you have any questions?
I don't have questions about this chart. This looks, quite thorough and good. Can we go back to the first slide? So I just want to understand if you look at the bottom of the slide, FEMA determines whether the number of hours claimed are reasonable and necessary by evaluating the severity of the incident, whether the work was performed at a time when it was necessary to work extraordinary hours based on the circumstances of the incident, the function of the employee for which the hours are claimed, and the number of consecutive hours the employee worked. So I guess it's bullet 3 particular that I have some concern about, and I wondered, have you tested the waters at all yet with FEMA? And I say that because I don't get a sense from that other governments are planning, necessarily looking at filing the kind of large requests that we're planning to make to FEMA for reimbursement. So I'm just curious as to what you think their reaction is going to be.
Our compliance manager has been in conversations throughout COVID with FEMA to include personnel costs and definitions of what constitutes and what does not constitute. It's like I said in my email response today, what we have to do is we have to manage toward our policy, because you can see up in the top it says pre-disaster written labor policy, provided the policy meets those bullet points. And our policy does. Our policy was too vague. So when we clarified it in April, we wanted to make it more detailed of what we were trying to say instead of having it stay vague. Even though it's saying the same thing, we wanted more clarity.
Well, but see, that's one other thing I'm concerned about is they're very clear in saying you're supposed to have a policy in place in advance of the disaster. And it appears you're saying, Susan, we amended ours post-disaster. In fact, it references COVID. So obviously we knew about it, about the pandemic. So we wrote to that.
And we only clarified. We didn't change the policy. We only clarified the policy.
And then these categories are overtime pay, which I'm not questioning at all. Then something called premium pay and compensatory time costs. There's a later page, I think it's on page 71 in the handbook, that deals with so-called hazard pay, and the wording's different. Have you looked at that?
Crystal was trying to get on the phone on the call tonight, and apparently she sent me a text message that it wouldn't let her in because she's read the entire thing. I would defer to her, and I'm sorry, but she couldn't get on the meeting.
I mean, I'll go to 71. Maybe it's 70.
Okay, and while you're doing that, so when I was talking about the email response earlier today about managing our policy to make sure that we're adhering to the policy, we also have to have the sufficient support when we file the time. So, for instance, the function of the employee for which the hours are claimed for finance, that would be processing payroll. That would be processing payable. That would be managing through the cyber, managing through the COVID, those types of things. So, because it's talking about the functional area that the employee resides in. And we would need to make sure that every department who is filing for the 10% differential is maintaining that support. They should be.
Yeah. While I'm trying to find the reference I'm looking for, why don't you see if there's any other questions from other people? I have some questions. Could we put the screen down for a minute? That's okay. Thank you. Even to follow up with what Commissioner Reckhouse said. Susan, you said that our policy was amended post-disaster, but it was just clarified. But that's an issue that I have been very confused about, because I went back and looked at emails. And so I first asked on April 27th, when I had been contacted by a staff person about hazard pay, I asked in an email, what is it? What is the amount that we're doing? What is the time period? What is the criteria for receiving it? How many people are qualifying? And what is the projected budget impact? And then Wendell, Mr. Manager, you replied that same day, and you said that the policy for this was drafted, was effective March 14th, and that it is that's aligned with our emergency declaration, only applicable to working hours, and is a 10% differential pay approved by department directors and manager. When I asked about fiscal impact, you said we won't know till we're out of the woods. And then on May 28th, Claudia, you sent an email and you gave a lot of information at that time. And you said in the email that it was for public safety and human service employees, EMS, detention officers, deputies, nurses, social workers, employees providing direct emergency services that interface with the public. So I think, again, it's been very confusing for me, because then we got the policy that Kathy sent out on Friday, which actually shows that, and I don't have it in front of me, but it's what was just on the screen, that the policy was updated, I think, on April 29th, and actually changed the language. So there was actually language that got it added in to add and support services, which is very broad.
and to me is very ambiguous. And, you know, frankly, I'm just really worried that if FEMA doesn't reimburse us, because the total amount that's projected for us is that we're counting on $2.3 million in FEMA funding so far for hazard pay reimbursement, and we're counting on $494,000 for overtime pay. So a total of almost we're counting on $3 million worth of FEMA reimbursement. That's our model right now. And when I see this list of 157 library staff, and our libraries are been closed to the public, I'm very concerned about us. And I did a lot of Googling around too today and read lots of articles. And I also reached out to the chair of the Orange County Board of Commissioners, and I'll share the email. She told me that they have not done any hazard pay at all for any of their employees. They took all of their CARES Act fund money and they put it towards community needs. And then I also talked to one of the Wake County commissioners, and he told me they implemented hazard pay in May, and they are only using it for frontline staff and EOC staff, and it is being funded completely through CARES Act funding. They're not expecting any FEMA reimbursement for this. So I would just really like to see if we could get confirmation on, have we submitted anything yet for reimbursement and gotten the reimbursement yet? Has that happened?
I'm sorry, it took me a while to unmute. We have been reimbursed for salaries and benefits for EMS workers through the CARES Act funding. We have not filed for reimbursement for FEMA yet. That part is coming next. We're trying to get all the records in one central location, electronic, so that we can have controls in place that when we do file, we've got a process in place that guarantees that we do not double dip.
So could you explain, we've been spending this money for 6 months. Why would we not have been trying to submit earlier, or at least to make sure that we were okay with the criteria that we were using?
Susan, let me contextualize this conversation just a little bit. Madam Chairman, if you recall, when the pandemic hit, there was a great deal of uncertainty, quite frankly, whether or not Congress was even going to make appropriations. Obviously, they did after that time, but do recognize that the Managers Association, the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners, all of our emergency management staff, everybody was basically on weekly calls to have help ourselves develop an understanding about what was coming down the pike and what we could in fact anticipate at the same time that we were in fact trying to put together a budget. If you recall, those things did not come clear until well on in the process. In the meantime, what we were trying to do in responding to the pandemic was make certain that we had guidelines, policies, and practices in place that would at minimum afford us the opportunity to get staff to come to work in the midst of a pandemic. What we have done in terms of offering hazard pay to our employees is not inconsistent with what you will find around any of our Big Ten counties across the state. As I said to you earlier, we have some jurisdictions, Mecklenburg County to be exact, that did 20% hazard pay and, obviously are reimbursed. We have professional staff in our finance department, obviously, who has been tracking this, who understands the federal and state compliance issues very closely and are consistently in contact with them. Now, I shared with you also that the timeline in respect to reimbursement, given the concerns from across the board in the state, was a bit concerning, certainly for a lot of the managers and as well as the association, given the history of slow timing in which reimbursement occurred from the federal government in respective emergencies that have occurred. We've worked through that process, and subsequently during the course of the summer, we were assured that we would get more timely reimbursement, and subsequently we have been given the opportunity to file for reimbursement on a 3-month cycle, as opposed to having to wait for a year or 2 or 3 years to be reimbursed, which is some experiences that we've had during other natural disasters across the state. So as you talk about these particular sets of issues, what I don't want you to forget is that, yes, this has been a work in process. It has, in fact, been a very fluid process. As we've learned more, we've gone in and modified and changed our policy to address those things that we learned as a result of the process as we were moving along. But be it as it may, the staff is on top of this and all of these issues daily, quite frankly, to make certain that we are, in fact, in compliance in terms of our ability to get the reimbursement. Susan, you can respond now. That's all I was going to say.
Okay, any other questions?
I just have some other, I guess, that I think that's just the main concern is just we're counting on a lot of money from FEMA. And I guess I didn't realize, I think that when we first heard about also this issue, my understanding was that the breakdown was 75 from FEMA and 25% would be from the state. I was not clear that it was actually 75 FEMA and 25 local. So I guess one of my follow-up questions too is, assuming that we do get at least $3 million from FEMA for the overtime and the hazard pay, the way that we are coding everything, the local funding between the hazard and the overtime, it comes to, I guess, about 800 plus, almost $1 million. So what is the plan for funding that local component? At least even up to this point, because it's also going to be continuing. I don't know when the policy is going to be in place till, so it's going to be an ongoing expense. What is the plan for covering the local funds?
Madam Chair, this is Jim Groves. I hate to jump in. I hope I'm not cutting anyone off. But,
no, go ahead, Jim. Go ahead.
Right. So typically when we have a disaster, and we talked about this, the status quo is that the feds will typically pick up 75%, and then many times the remaining 25% will be a split between the state and local government. In this case, the North Carolina Division of Emergency Management has said that the state will be picking up the remaining 25%. So I don't believe we have a local charge for this, and we do have information from the state that they're picking up that remaining 25%. I just wanted to hopefully clarify that for
you. Then I have a question, because it's on the charts that were sent to us, it's listed as a county expense, the other 25%. Claudia and Susan, are you thinking that the state's actually going to pay that 25%? Because that's not the way it was, the charts were sent out to us.
The chart was sent out that way because I don't have anything in writing that the state's going to pay the 25%. So I'm taking the most conservative approach when I provided those numbers to you. Now, Jim may have something that he wants to share, and that would be great. but I didn't have that, so I made the conservative assumption.
Right. And regarding conservative, the reference I was looking for is on page 71, which really is the only place where the word hazardous duty pay is used that I could find in the guidelines. And it refers to them being extraordinary costs for essential employees. I don't know. I guess I concur with what the chair said in the sense that it would be, and actually I think when I brought this up at the work session in September, and was a little worried about where things were at that time, I think I said I'd love to see you file as soon as possible for the early months and test let's just make sure that it's available. One thing I did find today as I just tried to learn a little bit more about this is that the HEROES Act that the House in Congress passed last May that never was taken up by the Senate, that called for a lot more support for state and local governments. And in the HEROES Act, there was money to help fund overtime and hazard pay. I thought that was interesting in that they had it in there. And if there was an understanding that FEMA was going to be covering it, for governments across the country, then why did House feel inclined to include it? I don't know, but it was in the HEROES Act.
And just FYI, if you look at the old policy, or the original policy as it was written March 26th, it uses the term differential pay, not hazardous. And also the revised continues to use the terminology differential pay.
Okay. Well, yeah, and differential pay is mentioned in this other category under, they call them so-called extraordinary costs, and then they have a paren. I don't know. I'm only asking the question because obviously money could get tight this year. That's what I said when I brought it up at the September work session. So I think we need to be cautious and determine as quickly as possible whether these reimbursements are going to be forthcoming. So I still urge the staff to file for the reimbursement as soon as possible, at least for some of these early months. And the estimate that the chair quoted earlier, that's through September 30th, and now we're well into October. So, we're just continuing to accrue more expenses. And we just need to, in my opinion, be careful. Particularly, we haven't even seen the first quarter revenues for sales tax, and so it'll be interesting to see how those shake out and where we are.
Yes. Good evening, Joanne Pierce, General Manager for Health and Wellbeing. I just wanted to add, hopefully you can hear me. Good evening to the board again. I just wanted to lift up a few things that, of course, each and every Durham County employee is essential per our policy. And then in addition to any and all staff coming in, that's an assumption of risk. And then also during this global worldwide pandemic, where Durham County employees, many in our demographic, are at risk for various reasons. that's just additional information to share with you all.
Thank you. That's important narrative that we might want to include with our application.
Chair? Yes, Commissioner, and then I heard Commissioner Hill and then Commissioner Carter.
Sure.
I want to get in the queue too.
Who wants to go first, Commissioner Hill or Commissioner Howerton?
No, you called on Commissioner Carter, so I'll go after.
No, I didn't. I said then. I put her last. I said you first, then Commissioner Hill, and then Commissioner Carter.
Okay, so I guess I'm trying to gather what is the complexity of this conversation. Where is it that the board is attempting to go here? I'm not clear what we're trying to do. Can somebody, I mean, there's been a lot of back and forth conversations all weekend about asking questions about the hazardous pay for employees. I'm just not sure what is it that the board is attempting to do. Can somebody define what it is? What is it that we're trying to do here?
I would think we're trying to protect or maintain our fiduciary responsibilities and make sure at the end of the day, when the check comes to this, FEMA picks up the tab. Be as basic as possible. My concern is what is hazardous pay exactly, and who gets it. I mean, there's some things that are no-brainers. Sheriff deputies, EMTs, paramedics, the healthcare workers, I understand that. But who have no contact with the public, that I don't understand, and I hope FEMA understands it and they pay. But if they don't, and they don't pay, and we're stuck with the bill, what happens then?
So, and I get that, Commissioner Hill, and so let me finish. Why I asked the question, what are we trying to do? We have so many employees that are on the front line right now, and they have been for quite some time. So I'm not clear what it is. You know, we've got employees that have worked around the clock and put their lives on the line and the life of their families. So I just want to understand where we're heading with this conversation. And I understand I've been raising a red flag now for months about our spending and how we were spending without doing forecasting and analyzing where our funds are and where we'll be in December and January. And then and Commissioner Reckow raised that same question about our spending, and so I absolutely understand that. I think one of the conversations came up and Keith was giving us some numbers, and we both started having pains in our stomachs about the same time. When he started to go down the numbers as to where we are around budgeting. So that's not what I'm asking. The question is, ultimately, what is it that we are trying to do? Are we trying to discontinue the 10% for hazardous pay, or are we trying to eliminate some of the employees? What are we trying to do? I want to hear what the board is. What's the goal here?
I'll respond, Brenda. I'm asking these questions trying to be constructive. I want to make sure that our definition of essential is in sync with FEMA's. I also want to make sure that FEMA will cover what we think they're going to cover, which is why I think we should file as soon as possible. But I am concerned that we have a very expansive definition of essential. The chair just said she talked to Wake County, and they're just applying it to a much more limited subset. And I did send out a link of a survey of governments around the country, and they're applying it generally to a much more limited subset of their employees. So that's part of what I'm raising here in terms of whether we are in a strong position or a weak position in terms of what we're doing. And only time will tell, I guess, when we see the check that comes in from FEMA. But as we go on month after month, we're spending a lot of money assuming we're going to get 75% reimbursement.
So, Mr. Manager, when will we know what will be reimbursed for?
Commissioner Howerton, as you heard from the finance director earlier, and as I said earlier, the Fed have expedited the process, whereas we would have to historically probably file at the end of the period. We are allowed to file, given the ongoing pandemic, every 3 months now. And we've got the compliance officers who are working in Susan's office, and as they compile the cost and the invoices, that information will get submitted.
So what does that mean, being filed in the next few months, or what?
Well, Susan can tell you in respect to the timing of the paperwork, and I'll ask her to weigh in there, but we are submitting for reimbursement on a 3-month cycle.
And so to answer your question, yes, that is our goal. Our goal is to file, but we need to make sure that everything is in place, to make sure that we've got all our checks and balances in place, because we want to make sure that when we submit to FEMA, we've got every I dotted, every T crossed, and every internal control in place. And that's what we're working on now. But and we're going as hard as we can, but I'm down 5. I've got 5 vacant positions that are frozen.
So once it's filed, do you have any idea how long it takes FEMA? That's an interesting question. FEMA, sometimes they get back to you quickly, sometimes they don't. So we just don't know how long it'll take them to reimburse.
Not at this time, no. I can have the compliance manager reach out to the FEMA staff that she's been talking to see if they can give an estimate, if you'd like.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Wendy, is it my turn?
Let me just, Commissioner Hill was next, so Commissioner Hill, did you have any further questions or comments?
No, basically that was what I wanted to say. I just want to make sure that we are within FEMA's guidelines, and when it's time to pay this hazard pay, that they're going to pick up their 75% of this. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Carter.
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank our staff for trying to help us understand this. I mean, it is really complicated. I find it very confusing. And I know that Kathy and Claudia and Susan all spent a lot of time answering questions back and forth over the weekend. And I couldn't even keep up with the answers, but I appreciate all the help trying to get us to a point, I guess, where we feel confident that what James said is going to happen will happen, that we really will be reimbursed for 75% of these costs for all of the different positions, including the support positions. I mean, I know we have staff in harm's way, and you know, my heart goes out to them, and I just am so grateful to all of our county workers who are essential. And I know that every commissioner wants to be able to try our best to pay for the work that they're doing and the extra hazard that they're taking on for all of the people, not just necessarily the ones that we think of as the frontline people. So I'm rambling a bit, but I guess my question is to staff, because I don't feel like I'm in a position to try to make this call, but I understand the you know, skepticism or worry that maybe not all the support positions, library, some of the others, you know, that were listed as receiving hazard pay. What's the confidence level of our staff that we will be reimbursed?
Susan,
sorry. No, I was just going to say, from my perspective, we don't question the department. The department head decides whether or not to approve differential pay for their staff, and then their respective general manager. So when those two signatures are there authorizing that pay, we have to assume that it's been validated, it's been justified, and that they've got the support to attach that they will provide when we file that supports the decision that they made.
Okay, so I hear finance saying it's not their call.
Yeah, and Commissioner,
it's my call for my department.
Right. Okay.
Well, and I'll expand on Susan's answer. I think it's a two-part process. And one, it is the department's ownership. It's the general manager, because we do a review and we do push back. I push back. And because my question is, oh, why can't this be done at home? Especially for those. So for instance, all of the budget team can be remote. And so then there are some others. I know Susan has shared how some of, probably half of her staff are remote, half are not. But for the ones that are in the office, those are ones that can't do it at home. And I know that if they aren't there, we won't get our CAFR done, which has ripple effects, and we won't get bills paid. And so from my perspective, the litmus test, is this person essential for that example? I can unequivocally say yes. I would say the same type of questioning is happening with departments as well as GMs. To your other question, I guess the second part of it for me is, are we sure that FEMA will reimburse? That's
confident.
We feel confident that based on the guidelines and conversations that our staff has had with FEMA staff, that what we're doing complies with their guidelines. Crystal Lee has a long history of working with this type of activities, and she doesn't do anything until she clarifies with their staff, is this applicable? Now, until you turn in your paperwork, that's the real test. And so our initial response is yes, based on conversations, based on the guidelines, we do feel confident that we can do this. And there have been questions about other areas that were considered, not necessarily in this bucket, but other types of activities or programs. And the same type of rigor goes into those reviews, and Crystal Lee will do a follow-up call to FEMA, because the ownership, she owns it, but also there's a cost and a price with that. There's a cost and a price if all the documentation is not in place and we don't get reimbursed and it is allowed, and it's a cost and a price if we go down a path and it's in a gray area and they don't approve it. So this whole process does require a lot of accountability and follow-up. But I will say that based on the approaches that are used to verify what's done is in alignment with the guidance that what we're doing is appropriate. Now, so to the extent that we can say, yes, I do feel it is, yes, I do.
Yes, and you're right. Chrisley is a FEMA expert. That's an area of expertise for her. And that's been a big benefit for us during this disaster. I can tell you with some of the things like when we filed for CARES Act, if the supporting documentation wasn't what we felt was sufficient enough to satisfy the state, we would push back until it was provided that it did satisfy the submission requirement to our satisfaction. So that would be the same way. We would treat every filing with FEMA as well as and continue to work that way with the CARES Act.
Thank you, guys. I mean, Claudia, I really hear you saying that you are confident that we comply with the FEMA guidelines around hazard pay and differential pay.
I am confident.
Thank you. That was a great direct answer to a question. I really appreciate that. And do we have a plan, or when do we think we will be ready to transition off of emergency status where we won't be needing to do hazard pay any longer? How do we make that call?
That's a great question, and Wendell may weigh in. He shared in I guess it may have been the last meeting, that we're starting conversations about reopening, and part of that discussion is to look at what is the longer term strategy, because as many of you have shared, we don't anticipate that this will end as quickly as we'd like. And so we know it will be 12 to 18 months. We will have to figure out how to navigate things. And so there are discussions about how we move forward, but that's not been finalized yet. But and again, others can weigh in as well. And if I'm not mistaken, while it's a pause, I believe that based on the last conversation, many of the counties were revisiting it around the December timeframe to see what their approach was going to be.
Claudia, that was essentially all I was going to add to your comment. And we did have a leadership meeting this past Friday to have some in-depth discussion around this sort of reopening strategy. And based on what I am hearing thus far, many of the managers I talked to, particularly those in the Big Ten, they're looking at the end of the year potentially in respect to hazardous pay. And so, we will continue to get our paperwork filed, gauge essentially how reimbursements are coming in. Obviously, the critical point, as we have been saying all along for us, in trying to be conservative in our approaches, is getting to the December-January timeframe when we really have the opportunity to get better insight on what the overall revenue picture is looking like. We all are obviously aware that come November, we got an election coming up. I don't know what that means in the broader context of how much more money will come down the pipe to the state from the Fed, from the state to the locality. We can only hope that we get a different response if we get a different administration. In terms of the kind of funding that we believe that will be required going forward just in order for us to sustain. So all of those things are question marks at this point. And as we move through this process, it continues to be a day-by-day sort of approach as we evaluate not only, what the virus is doing, but just as importantly, looking at sort of some of the key areas of what's happening with our finance. So day by day.
Thank you for that. I think I just have one final question, and that is a question that feels like something a newbie commissioner would ask, not a commissioner who's been on the board for almost one whole term now. So sorry about that in advance. Just, we make so many, we adopt budget resolutions regularly. And so I guess my question is, when would we adopt a budget resolution, or would we, to cover the increased personnel costs associated with these hazard pay decisions? Clearly we didn't budget for that, so it seems like this would be a major budget amendment, and I don't know, I just don't know when we do and when we don't, if there's a policy on that.
That's a great question. When we started down this path, Commissioner Carter, there are lots of strategies in how you manage your budget, and one of which is when you control that sort of faucet and let the dollars flow. One way that we have stopped the faucet has been with our freezing of positions, and we typically have about 200 positions that are vacant, and that number is higher now than it had been in the past, but that's one of the planned ways that we've strategized for that. Having other options as well, we can operationally reduce capacity of departments to spend, which is not uncommon for organizations to do that. For us, it is, will that expense exponentially cause the budget to go above our ability to pay? With us having 200 plus positions, which is probably about $15–16 million, that is not something we would want to use. With our spending, and Susan can weigh in on this, we typically, we budget at 100%. We may spend in the 95% out of range, but that does include, lab salaries as a part of that. But we also are managing the revenue side. There's a factors too that we are budgeting, that we're planning for. A lot is different this year than in prior years, and as I shared, we didn't get quite one task back to you because we just sort of ran out of time. But we promised to get it tomorrow. Keith did it, but we just have to do some follow-up, and we'll get it to you. But we are tracking our budget this year. Cash flows a lot different than we have in prior years, because we knew in July people would get their tax bills and the dollars would start coming on a systematic pattern that we know, of course, sales taxes, et cetera. And we have adjusted our budget down for revenues to account for those projected losses. And so if we were in the situation that we were last year, where this all happened in the fourth quarter, for the end of the fiscal year, you had to budget, and then all of this happened, it would cause concern, as it still does. I will say that, and Keith can weigh in, right now, because we knew certain revenues such as occupancy tax, sales tax, that they would be down, our projected budget was lower to cover some of that. And so to answer your question, right now, on the expense side, we can absorb it. We could reduce the budget. But the other place we're looking is, what does that revenue outlook look like? And so that's why we're holding our breath as well, mainly with frozen position, is because of that side of the picture. But all of this is accounted for in how we're doing our budgeting.
Thanks. Let me process that for a bit. Thank you, Claudia.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that we're having this conversation, because, again, as I started out saying, emails are very limited, and in terms of communication, I really appreciate all the information that you have provided, Claudia. You've probably been getting no sleep the entire weekend. And also, the information that Kathy has provided, and Susan, who I also know stays up very late, because actually I'm often emailing late with both Claudia, you, and Susan. But, I think the big picture here is that, I can say personally, I've been concerned about this issue since April. And because our job as elected officials is that one of the biggest responsibilities that we have is to be responsible for the budget. And we have a fiduciary and budgetary responsibility. The other big responsibility we have is related to policies about how we spend public money and the public resources that we have. And, we're in a unusual time. Nobody was ever took a class on a pandemic. And we have so many competing needs. And I appreciate that. I know that, Mr. Manager, that you have had as a priority to keep Durham County employees safe. And I really appreciate it. And I said right in the beginning that I believe that, the actions that you took saved lives right when we started in this pandemic. And I believe that. It's just that we have a responsibility as board members to understand and to ask questions. I mean, that is our responsibility to do that. And it's just, this conversation has gone on for months because we just haven't understood what is going on, what the actual policies are, and what the actual plan is, because, we have limited resources. So of course we want to absolutely, our employees who are frontline and we know easily meet criteria, that's totally understandable. But when we have today, the estimates are that we have 60,000 people in Durham County who are at risk of being evicted. And if we estimate, which we'll hear about more tomorrow, that even if 10% of those people, 6,000, and with an average rent of $1,000 rent, that we need a minimum possibly of $6 million to help people pay their rent per month in Durham County. And the latest data shows that 37% of low-income workers who are predominantly people of color are unemployed right now in Durham County. And that compares to the statewide average of only 14%. So when we're looking at how we spend our money, it's not just like, well, we want to do this and we want to do this. No, we have to make those policy decisions, and they're going to impact at the end of the day what we can then go back out and do to help people in our community who are in desperate need. And, that's what's keeping me up at night, and that's what I'm worried about. So, I guess, these questions about, the FEMA reimbursement, the categories, and then even if we are going to have to pay the 25% local pay, we have to understand the implications and the results of the decisions that were being made. And frankly, our board hasn't been a part of these decisions. We haven't. And so, and I really appreciate the conservative approach that was taken by you, Mr. Manager, in saying with our budget that we were going to freeze salaries. And that was one of the basic principles that we were going to use facing this pandemic year. But frankly, I didn't know that freezing salaries was going to be our main tool for then covering, all these other additional salary components. I mean, my assumption was that it's going to help us with all of these other, broader needs out in the community as well. So I would really like to understand, if I need to list some more questions that I have, it would be, I would like to understand, first of all, how many employees do we have right now? Do you know that number, Claudia? I know you pull everything out of your head, so I don't know. Do you actually even know how many employees we have right now, or Susan?
Are you referring to the total employee base?
Yeah, that we have now with the frozen, with our base, with frozen salaries.
I don't
That's a
have
different question.
Yeah, I don't.
Are
I
you-
can get that for you tomorrow from payroll.
Okay.
I don't have that.
Okay, so one question I have is just, what is our actual base employees right now that we have frozen, where, you know, with frozen, and with freezing salaries starting at the beginning of our fiscal year, what pot of money did that actually give us to work with? Because it sounds like a lot of the strategy around these expenses is going to be possibly using the lap salary. And I know that's why I asked the question about screeners. And you said, Claudia, lap salaries is being used for that. So I think it would be helpful for us to understand what is that actual pot of money related to lap salaries. The other thing I would like, yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, you're basically just talking about essentially one strategy that we employed in respect to imposing a hiring freeze. If we go back and essentially visit the budget presentation, there was a collection of strategies that we employed in addition to the hiring freeze. We also, if you recall, allocated a certain amount of general fund operating dollars also for the express purposes of addressing COVID-related costs. I think we started out with about $4.5 million, and of course, we showed you a few weeks ago what the expenditure down on those funds were, in addition to the federal dollars that we received in CARES funding to help obviously cover those costs. And so when we, the staff is, and Claudia and I spoke about this today, the staff is working on essentially our quarterly report, and we will probably be bringing that report forward around the November work session. And that will hopefully give you a little deeper insight in respect to how the strategy that we employed as a result of the budget we adopted are in fact working. And although when we get to that point, we will not still, have a true understanding of the real impact on things like sales tax, occupancy tax, and or property tax collection. But again, as we've been saying all along, by the time we reach the January timeframe, we'll have good insight on all of those things.
Okay, thank you. I guess I would also like to just understand what the policies are about use of lap salaries. Do we have an established policy on that? And if so, could you provide that to us?
Claudia talked about it earlier. If each year that we do our budget, obviously we allocate a certain amount of fund balance in order to balance the budget for the express purposes of being able to hold the tax rate down. When we have vacancies during the course of the year, of course, that salary lapse and its role and function has contributed to the growth or helping us to sustain our fund balance. Most oftentimes, in the historical past, when we allocate those dollars from the fund balance for the purposes of balancing the budget, we try very hard not to expend those dollars. We don't know that won't be the case this year in COVID, which is why we're trying to manage through this process so very carefully. But to go to the heart of, a policy about what salary lapse is expended for in this COVID environment, it might be very different than what you would find in a normal budget cycle, because the thing I just described to you in respect to the use of salary lapse in terms of helping us to protect our fund balance is what we've done in the past. COVID has offered obviously a grave number of uncertainty. And so, as I said earlier, as we progress along in this process, and as we essentially learn more, and learning more is not just about what's happening here locally. It's also about what could potentially happen federally over the next, 6 months. We have all heard a tremendous amount of conversations essentially about another bill coming out of Congress, although there is a great deal of uncertainty today about what that bill may in fact entail going forward. I think the key to determining what we get in the future will be the outcome of the election. Well, today, none of us know what that is. And so, as you can imagine, it continues to be a guessing game. But we don't have a salary lap policy per se, suggest what you're going to spend salary lap on as it relates to this pandemic. What we try and do is to make sure that, if there are critical needs of the organization in order to keep people safe and protected, we want to make sure that there is sufficient capacity to do so and to keep the organization solvent at the same time.
Well, I guess I would like to understand that a little bit more because, again, our use of county funds is we have to protect people internally, but we also have responsibility to make choices to protect people outside of Durham County government as well. And so it's a very challenging to make these decisions. I guess the other question I have is I would like to understand, Mr. Manager, you mentioned the Big Ten. I wasn't sure if you meant like the Big Ten counties or governments in North Carolina. Is that who you're referring to when you said the Big Ten?
The 10 most populous counties.
Okay. So I would like for us to get information about what each of those counties are doing. What is their criteria for the hazard pay, and what source of funding have they used for it, whether it's going to be FEMA funding or if it's CARES Act funding or local dollars, and exactly who qualifies, because, for instance, we know the city of Durham, they only did hazard pay from March through June, and their total amount was about $400,000, and they got reimbursed through CARES Act funding. Like I said, I heard from Orange County that they have not done any hazard pay, and they used so it would be important. It would just, if we could get that exact information about what each of the other governments have done, would be helpful.
I think that that is actually a function of capacity. And again, I want to remind you that when you look at essentially the 3 most populous counties who receive direct funding from the federal government, Mecklenburg, Charlotte, Guilford, Forsyth, Wake, Raleigh, they received, as you recall, considerably more funding than most other jurisdictions. If you recall again, the city of Durham only received funding in the second tranche of the CARES Act, and it was really a little bit of money. And so I said all that to say that what you're going to see is effectively going to be a mixed bag of everything, and I don't know how quickly we can pull that information together, but Claudia and I and budget staff will have a conversation, tomorrow about it. But I want us to be clear. The challenges that we are confronted with here in Durham, raising the pandemic, and the types of approaches that we might be using may be very different from the types of approaches and responses that you may find in some of the adjacent jurisdictions. You know, we purchased a hotel for a certain period of time to address, you know, our homeless population. I'm aware of some very different kinds of approaches in some other communities that didn't, you know, take that approach. And so all of those things have to be taken into consideration. And so we will see what we can get from those jurisdictions. But I want to be very clear up front. It's not going to be perhaps an apples to apples or an orange to orange comparison.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the other issue is, do we know when we file for reimbursement from FEMA, how long does it take for us to find out if they will reimburse the expenses? Do we know what that timeline is, what that process looks like? I think Commissioner Howerton, you kind of asked that already, but just wondering, I don't know, how long does it actually take whether we find out we're a thumbs up or a thumbs down? And then the 25%, which we're assuming the state is going to cover, when do we find out how do we find out if the state is going to cover it or not?
Those are great questions. I will weigh in a little bit, but one of the charges that I gave to the finance team, and for me, it came from experience managing in environments where I had to face 10% cuts for real time and still prioritize day-to-day operations. One of the things that we did and what we're doing is, from a cash flow perspective, looking at those numbers very carefully. For FEMA, our hope is that, as Wendell said, that we will see their turnaround with reimbursements quickly, with us having the chance to file in a 3-month cycle. I am hopeful that within that same time frame that the reimbursements will happen before that next quarter occurs. The charge that I've given to finance is that, one, that we are making sure that we have all of our paperwork and everything in order so that once we do file it, that it's a quick process with their review, because everything is complete and compliant. That's number one. But in two, with our cash flows, we have on the back end something that we may not necessarily share, is that they are, of course, tracking what sources we apply to what to the revenue that's there, which will change that sort of cash flow picture. So for an example, when we projected the budget, we did not anticipate at that time that there would be an additional amount of CARES funding. We knew that there were talks about it, but it wasn't guaranteed. And so some of the dollars that we thought that we would have to realign dollars to find, CARES funding was able to cover it. So from a cash flow perspective, we do look at all of the pots that have come in, whether it's grant that came from elections that's helped us to soften a whole lot of cost, and as well as other dollars. So when in looking at the bigger picture, is how does it all fit together? And we're hoping that once we get mid-year, we can tell you the answers to your questions more easily. Right now, it is something that keeps us up to, but it is something that we can feel comfortable that we have enough controls in place, because our budget is one that has really a much, well, not a percentage, at least 5% that we've not spent in the operating budgets as well as personnel. But it's still, for this year, it's been more planned by having the mandated freezes and those kinds of things. So I know I've gone on a little bit more, so I'll stop.
Okay. Yeah, I think that, I think we've asked a lot of questions, and maybe somebody's going to have to go back and listen to the tape to just kind of hear what all the different requests for follow-up information are. And I guess, because ultimately, if we do get stuck with the 25% local share, that is money that we, I guess I don't understand if it was going to be local and it's about $1 million, at least at this point, and it could be higher, why that's not something that needed to be process-wise, needed board approval. And so I'm really trying to also understand the process related to some of this decision-making, because it does, again, I'm going back to the first thing I started out saying was that, that is our responsibility, ultimately as elected officials. And I'm really want to make sure that moving forward that we are really kept as informed as possible, because every penny we spend on one thing, with a crisis like this, every dollar we spend of public money, it's a choice. It's not, we can't do both. It's an either or choice. And so the local funds, really, we have so many demands for those, so many critical needs, and that, that's just our responsibility as elected officials to be as informed as possible and to be making those decisions. And up until this point, frankly, we haven't had all the information that we really requested and needed. So I hope that we can, moving forward, make sure that we're all together on the same page about everything.
And Commissioner, I just wanted to let you know that during the course of the meeting, Jim has forwarded 2 emails to myself, our compliance manager, Crystal, and Yolanda, regarding the 25% for the state. I have not had an opportunity to look at them, but he did forward those to myself, our compliance manager, and our contractor, who's also assisting with compliance.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, I think I'm done with my questions right now. I think we've all asked a lot of questions, and this is really difficult stuff, and I really appreciate everybody's hard work on this. Claudia, you're incredibly responsive. Every time, people ask for things, you immediately are trying to get the information together. And I know you work all the time.
Well, I will say tonight, just for humor, my 11-year-old, he's taking over where I normally work. He says, well, Mom, since you have to do something tonight, he said, I'll take care of your PowerPoint. So I will say he didn't do it, but I will say I'm trying to, he's learning good work habits.
Wow. Well, I would have believed it if you told me that he did that PowerPoint. How smart he is, and all the decision making that you do give him and include him in as a parent. So, but anyway, all right. So, any other final questions? I think we've discussed this thoroughly at this point, and anybody else before we move on? Okay. So we are now going to, we are requested to adjourn into closed session to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses in the area served by the public body, including agreement on a tentative list of economic development incentives that may be offered by the public body in negotiations pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A4.
I move that we go into closed session for the reasons expressed by our chair.
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Carter, seconded by Commissioner Reckow, and we will take a voice vote, starting with Commissioner Howerton.
Yes.
Commissioner Carter.
Everybody froze for a minute. Did you call on me to vote?
Yes.
Yes?
Commissioner Hill
Yes.
and Commissioner Reckow.
Yes.
And I'm a yes, and we are unanimously adjourned to closed session. Thank you, everyone else who's been with us tonight, and have a good night.
adjourn.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Carter, seconded by Commissioner Howerton. All those in favor, Commissioner Reckow,
Aye.
Commissioner Howerton,
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
I'm an aye, and we're unanimously adjourned. Great job, everybody. The time is 11 o'clock p.m. Teamwork. Thank you, everyone.
Good night.
Okay.